Hello. Please be at ease. Your favorite streamer is here. Whatever his name is. And today, we're gonna play some more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles! Because everyone loves it, right? No? I do. That's the important thing. I'm so excited. Case 4, G2-4, has been so insane so far. Oh my god. The plot twists upon plot twists upon plot twists upon dead main characters upon etc. I'm losing my marbles. Took a lot of patience to not just like play it at my off time. Which I mean I could have. Or I could have just done short streams at 4 a.m. I would have got the same viewership. Maybe even better viewership. Anyway. Let's head over to the game screen. Ah. So yeah. So lately I've been uploading old clips to YouTube. Because apparently short videos can perform well, or algorithm like some stuff. But they haven't been performing very well. I'd probably supposed to, like, be diligent and, like, add a bunch of tags and stuff so that they can trend and whatever, but whatever. I was just hoping people that were just subscribed would watch. I was just hoping to get a couple of views. That's all I wanted. Guilt trip. Guilt trip. Guilt trip. Anyway. 2nd November. Oh yeah, we didn't even finish the first trial day. We're still on it. 2nd November, 12:33 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oi, there you are, Odo. What kept you, my dear fellow? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, Gina. You sure about what you said in there? I don't remember. That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Oh, yeah. We're like, we're already dead, and we can prove it because there was a firecracker on a candle. Oh, yes. Audio check, audio check, audio check, audio check, audio check, audio check! Audio check, audio check, audio check, audio check, audio check, audio check! Sounded pretty good. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Schultz. What do you mean? I was more shocked than all of you put together. Careful. Some people get real salty when you act like it's a competition when it's not. I don't speak from experience or anything. I don't know what I'm getting at. Anyway. Why am I so far over? Hey. Hey. Just. Anyway. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes. It's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Freaking coroners deliberately tampering with evidence again. What the heck? Oh dear. If it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on and Dr. Scythe. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zates discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it. You had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No, no, no. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. It's different. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. Man, I bought some Raycons. You know the ones they've been advertising in all the YouTube videos lately, the gamer earbuds with ultra low latency, blah blah blah. So I got them, and they finally showed up, and I tested them out. No BS. The ultra low latency is still pretty noticeable. I was really hoping that I could use the earbuds to stream and not wear a big heavy headset. That's not gonna happen. The delay is still way too noticeable. Because I do insist on being able to hear myself while I stream, so I'm always confident that I'm not muted or something. And also, they just kind of suck in general. They're uncomfortable, and they like keep desyncing. Like, they desync from each other, so they're not playing synced audio in your ears for like a couple seconds. And it's awful. My other Raycons are good, but the gamer earbuds are bad, and I'm probably going to return them. Yeesh. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? And Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Suze, and it was me what took 'em in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. So it's going to be that pair of witnesses in the witness stand next, is it? I do not remember what voices I gave them. Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Don't tar on with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Yes, well, then there's a whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zeeks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zeeks, and Kazuma. I feel as though he knew he'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? Well, the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Cosmo was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. And he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. I forgot Van Zeeks was the the defendant. Are you ready then, Miss Susato? Yes. November, 1 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. I live there. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Barrick Van Zeeks, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Sogi. My lord? Have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes. The two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Sorry, one second. Very good. Bailiff, usher the two men into the courtroom. These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabien de Rousseau, a descendant of the great de Rousseau family from Nice, France. I do not remember the voice I gave them. My name is Peppino de Rossi. I'm the third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowner from Napoli. The two men first became acquainted at a board school for European nobility. Those who graduate from Temsik are the future leaders of Europe. But do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alas, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells in my brain. Look, just because you know about gray matter doesn't make you smart. So shut up. That is all I'm trying to do, huh? So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideals, but the petty plans. This strange combination is the charm of the hilarious brothers. What? See, couple? So one's French and one's Italian? Am I understanding that correctly? Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say about you. Eh? Che? Are you talking about... Are you going to tell me about one of your candy anecdotes? Viva! Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. Jacopo? And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Check below, there it is. The capo's trump card, the furrowed brow. It is deep, capo? The furrow and the meaning of your words. I don't know what their accents are. I think I'm making the French one Italian and the Italian one is like half German. What am I doing? What am I doing? Hang on. Pressing buttons. That's right. I'm setting up Magi Record to grind for me. You gonna fight about it? Huh? Okay, it's ready. Just going. The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui, c'est ça. I don't know how to pronounce that. And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud? Alors, I will explain it. No, capo. Leave it to me. As you see, we both have vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi fountain. Away, those dogs! One day the world will respect those redheads. Every night he would bury his head in his pillow. C'est bien, Peppino. Enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, I saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League. Oui, c'est ça. I am honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at the park specified in the advertisement, and from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with the money to France. It was plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk like a coaster's orange barrow. What? Hang on, I'm gonna hydration check. And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these 2 men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see the rest of my life. See, and now, every time I see the couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph. Why'd you show them that? Very good. So, Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course. We are always ready to help with the law. Okay, if you just didn't show them the photo, then they wouldn't... If they are the ones that killed him, then they're going to be like, oh crap, we're in here for that murder we did. We better come up with a lie quick. Whereas if you just... whatever. If you were just quizzing them on their whereabouts before they went shystering, then they'd be less likely to come up with a lie about where they were, because they're like, oh, what go wrong with telling about that? Oh yeah, the body. I don't know. Anyway. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph, Capo? I think I went British there for a second. No, I don't remember him. Obviously he is dead now, but I assure you he was not in the park. Allora, this victim has nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oui. I'm quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came into the park. It's this, I can promise. It must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. Uffa! With this attitude, we get to nowhere, huh? He's really sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another. I really can't. Okay, hold on. Just don't mention it, Cheese. Just do better. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, eh? That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed. Very well. The defense may proceed with the cross-examination now. Ah, yes, my lord. Be more than 1,000 red-headed people. Hold it! 1,000 people? That's a very big crowd. It was quite a spectacle. The redheads had come from all over the capital. See, the capo here, he has magnetismo animale, eh? Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo. All those people wanted was the money, Peppino. The £4 per week. Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants? Oui, that we did, because every one of them paid us 5 shillings. We take their names, we take their money, we take their addresses as well. Then I tell them to take some days to let them know by a post, finito, maybe 2 minutes a person. We start early in the morning, and we stop late in the night. So, you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune. Who'd have thought there would be 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with? One of them was a great detective with chemically altered hair. I don't recall Mannon's photograph. He doesn't look familiar at all? No, I don't think so. And with this wig, eh? He was trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick other people, says the con artist. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, signor, I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park. He's not going to give the court a definite, it seems. Hey, Capo, you didn't see a man like this, huh? No, I don't remember. Obviously, he's dead now, but I'm sure he was not in the park. What do you mean, obviously, he's dead? Just because he showed you a picture of him on the ground with blood underneath him means he's dead, huh? Yeah. But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Please, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely then you can't actually remember every single face? How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally, the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But now when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around, then it's just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, then maybe we'd recall. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, There was a man with I've read hair piece, but his mustache did not match the color. Then I do not think we could have forgotten him. Cosmo said these two had only been shown a photograph, and they've been told nothing else at all. What if I fed them just one other detail about the victim, for example? Wait. You can you see his mustache in that picture? Yes, you can. His profession. Wait, fish and chips? Fish and chips. He was undercover. And they wouldn't... Yeah, I think it says fish and chips. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember his situation. But what if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was looking at the ads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips anymore than the caviar and smoked salmon. Order spaghetti. Me loves the spaghetti. Really, I had no idea. Hey, I made spaghetti for dinner tonight. What a coinkydinky. That's right. Cheese is learning how to cook. Cheese is making his own meals. He's not microwaving nothing. Well, not today at least. Tell them again what you had said before, Peppino. Si, capo, si. And I say it again and again. Alright, we'll come back to that one. Which has nothing to do with us. Hold it! But we only have your word for that. See, but what else can we do, huh? True. Oof. We are not having much fun in these days. First we are arrested, then we are shown the horrible picture of a dead man. And now you question every single thing we say. We are the victims here. Eh, Capo? No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people. Humph, you had to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Eh, Capo? You have a lot to answer for, but you know it's your fault. Then we got caught in the first place. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Cavallo, you promised not to say, eh, Capo? After we had taken all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkerque to my companion here. Dunkerque? But he bought them for the wrong day. Oops. See, but it is an easy mistake to make, huh? The 31st? Off. I have no sympathy for you. We were a whole day late for the boat because of your stupidity. It's only because of this that the called great-headed detective caught us. Capo, you know what I think? This is the work of God. It is holy punishment, eh? Peppino, for the last time. This is not only punishment. It is only your fault. Ah! Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You're making me sick with anger. Maybe I make a mistake. But when it's time to eat the past, no one is a fast. That's not... And I've seen the evidence. They haven't told us much we didn't already know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if it was the inspector's diary, it seems likely that he must have gone to Lime Street that day. And yet those two both claim they didn't see him. I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies. Well, they are experts in deception, don't forget. Something Sounding plausible is their specialty. They may be lying simply to avoid being implicated in this case as well. Surely if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught. Well, yes, you do have a point there. Seems to me we need more information. Definitely. Alright. Third from last. Press that again. Try to present different information to them. His profession, though. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember him in the situation. What if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective? The man in the photograph, a detective? Yes. It would appear that he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Something to add, Mr. De Rossi? See? I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? Eh? What did he just say? About the detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You've said enough already. But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard. What? Good lord! Oh my gosh, he is even shorter than I thought. Order, order, order! Explain the... What? This volte-face in your testimony, witness. Volte-face? Excuse me?
Volte-face.
Volte-face? An act of turning around so as to face the opposite direction. Oh. So it's like about-face, but in French, I guess, or Italian. Explain this volte-face in your testimony, witness. It's simple. A man who was at the park said he was an inspector. There was no such man. My dear, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, eh? I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park. Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at many things, but not to the memory and the meals. Like I said, when it was time to eat the past, no one is faster. But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up.
Objection.
Trapdoor, the damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. Oui, there was a man who came to the park, and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true, it's true. The man who came was younger. His face was clean shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner. No resemblance whatsoever, then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. See, the Capo here. He doesn't take no nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Clearly the papers were fake. Sir Capu, you're a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? It became very annoying. He said, "You are under investigation." So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastical. Look, here is the identification. You brought that with you, huh? So you stole it from the man. He had it coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was. Indeed, the person described would not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identifications to be entered into evidence. Humph. But I like them. For a second I thought he said that he ate them. I was like, what? Inspector's identification, add a court record. Let me see that right now. Give me... What do you mean nothing? Come on. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's... Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? The Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? And the department and identification number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable! This is a real thing after all? Yeah, about that. Bum, 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 bum. Now return to the witness's testimony. Alright, I'm gonna press this again just to offer the name as well, see if we can get anything off of that.
Hold it!
I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember the situation. But what if I told you that the man's name was Gregson? The man in the photograph is a Monsieur Gregson? Yes. Names, they're boring. I did not listen to any of them. Oh. It was not a real interview, huh? It was just a photo show. Why would I remember the names? That's right. This changes nothing. The man in the photograph was not there, as we've already said. I see. It seems there's little to be gained from pursuing this point further. Tell them again what you said before, Peppino. Si, capo, si. I say it again and again. You can assure me he was not in the park.
Objection!
About that. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Why Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, Counsel? Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. Hold it! That is the boss's. No question about it. It can't be. As I suspected. The undercover agent who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. Lars! Order! But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported this. I would have reported it straight away. I mean, he's always on me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he said. Could it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically? What are you saying? My accents are getting crossed. Unable to... You're not suggesting... Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No! Order! The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before the body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? Away! Italian away! I know nothing! Away! I don't know nothing! Away! I like how he pops back up. Put yourself together, Peppino. Mondo. You can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no? Away! Now I wish I had to return to Italia. Away! Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, I... Lumite, stop your whining and stop talking. Well, I believe the court will need to hear... I don't know nothing, away! I don't know nothing, away! But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. You'll dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. Away! Crying out loud. Stop crying out loud. Stop it. Dun, 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 dun. Detective and the identification. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night in a secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in a room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like a prison, really. Away! This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man? But, no, no. It was not like a prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. Eh, Capo? It was never part of my plan, I swear it. Fast, so you think that was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the fairy wrong by one little day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No. Per favor, Capo. It's not fair. You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen. Oof. I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective? Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. Gregson was kept in prison for the night. But why would you do that? Do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me. I never intended for that to happen. And I'm sure the detective did not intend it either. They're both Italian now, I guess. I don't know. What do you want from me? Do you think? But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. This wasn't the first crime for the Capo. He was at the end of his wit. I have told you before, Peppino, that was not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. What about this hideout of yours? An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. We rented the place for 2 days, and it was an inspired idea by the Capo here. An impulsive idea, I would say. No, not impulsive, inspired. Eh, Capo? What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino? And it was the house described that you confined Inspector Gregson in, was it? Ugh, but you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector. That doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? No, you are right. But we couldn't be completely certain. Hang on one sec. I need the statue mode. Wow. I just had to spit on my gum. Hydration check. That's all that was. Okay. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go. Too scared? Why? Because, why had he come to the park? We didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. And if that wasn't the case... accents tire out my jaw. Something fierce. And if that wasn't the case, he would go straight to the police station to blow us a whistle on us. Even if he was just feigning to be an inspector, he was up to no good, huh? Without a doubt. I think most people would agree that it's you two who are up to no good. Well, let's see, you may be right. Eh, Capo? The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner. As one does. What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place. See, I asked myself the same question. We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people who took 5 shillings from that day. I've forgotten what names he said, but the address startled me. CC address, Scotland Yard, Homicide Division, he said. What? He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude, I just politely asked him why he had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification. What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Slip of the tongue, because that's the address he gives when he's a detective, because Inspector Gregson doesn't actually have a home address, because only Daily Vigil has an address. Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say? See, we did! Took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. That being his identification book here, correct? See, that is the one. What made you believe it was a forgery? I'd never seen a real one, of course. But he was so suspicious, this man. Allora, I was thinking it must be falso, eh, Capo? Oui, it is just as Peppino has said. We were convinced it was not genuine. And so together, the hilarious brothers, we took the man captive. All we did was shove him inside the locked room. Then we made preparations to transport all the money. In for a penny, in for a pound. I ran and tussled, but we did him no harm. Next morning we let him go. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? Both, it was nothing. Just a minor incident. The false inspector. He was a real piece of work, eh, Capo? What happened? Uffa, it was a disaster. We gave him a nice room, and what does he do, huh? In the middle of the night, he tried to escape through the ventilator. Can you blame him? We chased him bien sûr. And we caught him again. Can you blame us? Wait, you didn't. Shoot the man in your haste, did you? Zoot, who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room. Excuse me. Mr. De Rossi, is something wrong? Hey, me? Something Mr. De Rossi just said seemed to make you, seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? Cavolo, at the times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. And I speak from a personal experience. Personal experience? That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more. The truth is, the night before we put the red-headed league plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to Capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the Capo here, he came after me like the turbine, huh? And he dragged me back into the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, eh, Capo? Boy, you're sure happy about it, huh? Bruises, you say? Hey, you wanna see, huh? You wanna see my fantastical bruises? Stop being all... whatever you're doing with your neck, stop. Wait, who had a bruise the other day? Someone had a bruise before. Who was it? Was it Gregson? No way. Or was it Sholmes? Who had a bruise? Okay. That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. What did I do, huh? I show you, or I don't. I show you, or I don't. You do, now! Allora, if everybody wants to see it, then I do it. Ecco, you see? It is still very visible, eh? That red ring around your neck? You got it when you're dragged back to the house? See, the capo sometimes is very rough, and I said that's enough. Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word. Yes. What is your opinion, Counsel? About this red ring, Mr. I wonder, does it matter? Someone had, like, bruises like that around their neck. I cannot remember who it was. It's important. Mr. De Rossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck. Hey, Capo, you see? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh? Ugh. Very well, you will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. De Rossi. Si, if you really want to know. He tried to escape, but the Capo put a collar on him and dragged him back. Like what he did to me, yeah? See? Are you saying that red mark was caused by... Si, a big collar made from the leather. A leather collar? Is this true, Mr. De Rosso? What? We had the Saint Bernard at home when I was younger. It is a souvenir from that time, with a very strong chain. A strong chain? And you put that around your friend's neck? I'm sorry, I was so angry that he was leaving me alone. You did not have to tie the chain to the leg of a bear, though, huh? I would not have tried to run again. You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you? Treat the people equal, huh? Is the compose your motto, eh? It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden. The capo is tough, but the capo is rough. I shouldn't have done it. So the following morning when you... I'm so yawny. I guess I woke up kind of early today, yeah. So the following morning when you released the inspector, he had the red ring around his neck, just like me. Peppino, s'il vous plaît, leave it now. Now you know, huh? Capo here, you don't want to tangle with him. Eh, but for the inspector, it's not so bad. It's been a nice room. It was nothing like prison, really. You took away the man's freedom. However comfortable you make it sound, you were still holding him prisoner. If you say that, then I say this. There is something that takes away our freedom too. The lack of money. Hey. So we are the prisoners as well, huh? All of us. Huh? No money, no freedom. This is the truth. It makes me mad, and it makes me sad. What can we do? Well... If you feel so disenfranchised, take money to court. Though it'll cost you, of course. Oof, and there you have it. You see, that is why we need the Red-Headed League, to fight for the justice. Perhaps he has a point. No, Mr. Naruhodo. I thought she was gonna follow that up with something. All we did was give the man a comfortable place to sleep for the night. And you say it was a prison? Perhaps he has a point again. No, again, Mr. Naruhodo. You should have heard him snoring. May die. If anyone was disturbed, it was us. Not much to go on, really. Their testimony does make me wonder, you know. About this pocket watch belonging to the inspector, I mean... Ah yes, the one he treasured so much, apparently. If he was confined but not restrained, as the witnesses are implying, he would still have been able to wind his watch. That's very true, yes. So did Inspector Gregson actually die while he was being held captive by these redheads? Stop yawning, jeez, oh my gosh. In which case, is it possible that these two young men are responsible for Inspector Gregson's... To be honest, I find that hard to believe. Perhaps we should try to find out exactly what happened. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo, yes. Alright. I'm not really feeling anything jump out at me, so I'll just press the one that I pursued before.
Hold it!
Wait, was it that one? Alright, I guess we do have to find an actual contradiction then. Alright, took him prisoner for the night at our hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared. Just in case. Took a man's ID from him and shut him in the room next to ours. What room? Tried to escape with the capote, put a collar on him and dragged him back. Do we have like a collar somewhere? Caliber gun matches, standard issue firearm, victim shot in the chest, scratch marks. Alright, but there's no mark of that in the autopsy report. You'd think there would be. Alright, this may or may not be correct. Like, this is kind of a contradiction, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's what the game wants me to do. So, let's go.
Objection!
Nope. Dang it. The witness's last statement? Yeah, whatever. Undeniably. You say it's undeniable, counsel, but I fail to see any contradiction here at all. Yeah, whatever. Ow. Oof, ouchie, ow. My health. took the man's ID from him, shut him in the room next to ours, tried to escape, the Pope put a collar on him, dragged him back. Spent the night in a nice room, it was nothing like a prison. Alright. Inspector Gregson's police identification of his official warrant issued to him by Scotland Yard. Gregson's pocket watch. Alright, you say nothing like a prison, and yet he was unable to wind his pocket watch. I mean, they deliberately were like, pocket watch though, in the, whatever.
Objection.
This isn't right either, huh? Gosh dang it. Yeah, whatever. Alright, spend the night in a nice room. It was nothing like a prison. I mean, that's all I could have thought of was... Okay, so like we can see his neck, right? Am I supposed to present the photo and be like, look, he did not get strangled? Oh, someone was impersonating Gregson. Gregson was already dead at this point. So I guess the photo of Gregson? I hope?
Objection.
There we go. Okay. So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison, it was an invitation to stay. It was only... Yeah, okay. Whatever you gotta tell yourself, bro. However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. What my tongue. Blah. Diction is done with the tip of the... Oh, wow. Diction is done with the tip of the tongue. She sells seashells by the seashore. What inconsistency is this, counsel? I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck. I think the autopsy report should have worked for that, but whatever. But that makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off of the man in the morning. And I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. De Rossi. Indeed, that is most peculiar. But what do we tell you, huh? Huh? Hang on, I need another hydration check. My throat's like drying out real quick today. I don't know, what'd you tell us? We say this from the beginning, many times away. Wait, Pepino is right. The man in the photograph is someone different to the man we held captives at night. Order, order, order! It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all.
Objection.
If that's true, however, How do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector has made note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day. Which surely means that we can't divorce the two events completely. The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in the possession of the real Inspector's identification? Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel? The whole thing defies explanation. It's for precisely these occasions that we keep the meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. Who had a bruise on their neck? Would it say in their bio? Just really make... Gossip. It was Gossip that had the bruise on his neck. Who are you? What the heck? Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Good gracious! Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly was the inspector that appeared before Mr. DeRosso and De Rossi? Ugh. Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time. On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was the man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, that is right. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the capote dragged him from a pillar to a post with the dog's collar. Mon Dieu, Peppino, I was not so harsh as you say, huh? So who was that false inspector, eh? Who was he? Clearly the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. Boy, if they would just say he had a giant lip, then... Or maybe they hit him and that's why he has a fat lip right now. Oh, didn't think of that. I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park? Posing Inspector Gregson. I mean, he said information in the court record. He has such a thick neck. You couldn't put a collar around him. Oh, they bothered to put that in his little ID too. Well, if you look at it first, before we even got to this point, and be like, why does he have, like, red marks on his chin? Anyway, it was this guy.
Take that!
Goodness me, isn't that... one of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by.
Objection!
Can't wait to voice him again. What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? Ah! See, that is a man for the red-headed league, eh? He's not looking for the twisted lip league, no? Perhaps rather than making such rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. Eh? What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossett be brought back to the stand. Order! Order! Bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom. Immediately! Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him. Now what's going on here, eh? I've always had this for me. It's a birthmark, isn't it? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you? Something about that inspector again. But I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it? Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with that nonsense, eh? Didn't even say the full word nonsense. Well, you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? We are in a big trouble, eh, Capo? That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony. I'm gonna look up dilatory.
Dilatory.
Dilatory, slow to act, or intended to cause delay. Quit your dilatory pitter-patter. Wait, what? Inspector on the identity. Just revisit. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man. It's right, see, you think we would have forgotten these grand lips, huh? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I've no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I have no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Plus, look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off with this guy with a face like this? Unless you're currently in disguise. It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man. We have been telling you, huh? There is no need for this pointless testimony. That's right, I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector's identification, okay? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... A brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief. Uh-oh. Ugh. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? Stand steadfastly. I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo. The man who claimed to be inspector that day is definitely not this man.
Hold it!
So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? There is no need to work your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never before seen lips like these. Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar. Mon Dieu, with your words, it is like you try to wring my neck. It does look very much like my neck, though, eh? Why are you so proud of it? It's weird. No, this is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. Hey, they broke the mold when they made me. For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with red hair. I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintain that you've never seen this man before? Oui, c'est ça. I swear to it by the flames of my hair. I am such a yawny boy right now. Why? Stop yawning. I don't want to yawn. I don't want to wait for my life to be yawning. So Fierce Pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it? Is right, you think we forget the grand lips? It's a disguise that he's faking. Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. What on? That is what I am saying. For some reason, it makes me want to eat. How did Fabian call it? An eclair. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either. But likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe it is a national trait, huh? Maybe all the people from this man's country have a grand lips. No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street, and I've never left. That is a real problem, see. So you definitely didn't go to park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip? Now how many times do you want me to fail, eh? I believe Fresno Street, no interest.
Hold it!
So, you've heard of the Red-Headed League, have you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going off in town. I told that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwich to cough up for it. Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? Nose. But as you can see, my own hair has got a hint of red in it. And in any case, Fresno Street's my path. Not got a hint of red, okay. You won't catch me sliding off the sum over the pedal time, no sir, not like Excuse me. Mr. de Rousseau! Ugh! Ah, oui? Can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park, a small house or something. To be the headquarters of your Red-Headed League, yes. I visited an housing agent on Live Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip, with a housing agent? He had some kind of contract and is in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms. But no, you're mistaken, chum. I've never let Fresno treat me like I said before. You've mistaken me for someone else, someone with the same face. Who never leaves a street? That's not real. No, the capo is right. I remember it too. Yeah, I need a cough drop real quick. He was paying the man with the banknotes. Uh-oh. With notes? Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious as to why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written, Mr. Gossip? Uh-oh. No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. Daily Vigil? But as a fact, his name is Hugh Boone, huh? Oh. He's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see? Ow. Daily Vigil is still Gregson. Do we not have the document that says who the apartment belonged to? He's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see? No! I'm a peddler of Tibetan information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talk about my personal life. Indeed. And is it not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses? It is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Are you sure? Very well, we shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections. Yeah, big objection! Hello! Excuse me. I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good gracious! Do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asogi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Well, I never. In what capacity? Hugh Boone. The name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put it very simply. Simply, the victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, eh? Just didn't want to mention it before now, huh? So your real name is Hugh Boone? Well, that's between us. I like to blow my own trumpet. But there's no finer peddler of Tibbets in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down back street townhouse. You do? And once every 6 months I go and pay the rented agent on Lime Street. Hey, I remember now. There were two vulgar redheads in there last time. If either of us is a vulgar, it's not me. Think again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before? That's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must. So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered has been here under our noses all along. I read the room where that fellow was found it through for what difference it makes.
Hold it!
So, you live in that room, presumably, do you? No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk. Then, why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. His name isn't actually Hugh Boone, is it? Then how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have access to. No, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the chair and that. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there, in your room? Well, obviously, I have not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no one to bother, to be honest. I'm thinking he might actually be Daily Vigil. That's a typo. It seems to me that Mr. Mr. Boone, would rather as little known about his room as possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally going to undo this man. I'm all alone in the world, me. I've got no kinfolk or nothing. But I'd be involved in something like that. You mean you have no family? No, none at all. So I spend my days on Fresno Street peddling tidbits for passers-by. Hoping, just between us, that is, that eventually someone else with big lips like mine will come along. I don't think so. You may be right. Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore. Well, what's the fella to do, eh? If you don't believe me, we're at an impasse. And there is nothing I can do but flick me lip. It looks like I'm not going to get anywhere here unless I can produce some proof. You're basically saying you got dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me how you think I could do that. Just look at me. Just look like I could carry off disguise with a face like this.
Hold it!
But maybe you could, say, with a mustache. Or a beard to cover up that lip. Hey, perhaps. But if I was going to stick some fake facial hair on to cover up this fine specimen, I'd end up looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I? Pardon? I assure you my lips are entirely unremarkable. And I would ask you not to cast such scrutinizing looks in my direction, counsel. Sorry, my lord. My imagination got the better of me there. Well, Inspector Gregson did wear a mustache, of course. You're right, he did. So perhaps he was hiding something himself. He could barely have hidden a crumb in a mustache of that size. Anyways, the detective we spoke with had no facial hair at all. See, the capo is alright. He was a clean shaven. It certainly seems beyond the realms of possibility that this witness could have discovered himself as a victim. Disguised, not discovered. I alternative. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, what Mr. Boone says is undeniable. It would be all but impossible to hide those lips with any form of disguise. Perhaps, yes, but nevertheless, the mark around his neck is equally undeniable. And it's identical to the one that Mr. De Rossi suffered. Yes, that's true. Why does this whole disguise idea just keep playing on my mind? Alright. He said... I was about to call him Apollo. Ryunosuke said something earlier that was pretty telling. He said, now that we know it's his room, part of the testimony bothers us. But, Alright. The inspector that day was not this man. Hey, you think we could forget those lips? Aren't the room fellows found is true? What difference it makes? I'm all alone in the world. I've got no kinfolk or nothing. Why'd I be involved in something like that?
Objection!
What about this photograph we found in your room? You have no kinfolk, as you put it. Then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room. Ah. I presume as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Oh, well... Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are! Alright, there goes my earlier theory that Gregson is, Daily Vigil. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler, I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me, please. Just leave it alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. But what if we were to look at things the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boones? Good witness! He didn't even finish his good gracious. Are you still hiding the truth from this court? If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord! The defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No, please, no! Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name Gossip on the street? Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. Yeah! I don't recall that name, Counsel. Who is Mr. Vigil? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. That was very fortunate for us. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you're being held captive by the two red-headed League men. And that night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying for this trial. Because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry waiting for you at the Vigil residence. No, just hold on a minute. I don't have the... What I'm talking about? Really? I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Wait, what? How do you do that? It's a simple matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please. Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Mr. DeRoe and Mr. DeRossi, you will restrain the witness. Oui, my lord. Si, my lord. Wow. No, stop. Get off. Don't! You know, I actually titled the stream based on my previous assumption that Gregson was Vigil. Alright, well, this changes a lot of my perspectives on the case. Actually makes it a little bit less interesting, but that's okay. Like, it would be so cool, like, the detective was murdered, but he was leading a double life, and oh my gosh, he has this, he has this dark history, and he's, but I guess there were some plot holes in that, because why would he be the detective that found the revolutionary method for finding the culprit, and then also be the guard that let him free, because those timelines don't mesh, unless he was doing both at the same time somehow. But the assumption was that it was a new life. Anyway, it's wrong anyway. Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. You're wearing a nice suit underneath those rags? What? Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court, have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. Extraordinary! I mean, that's case closed, isn't it? On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. DeRousseau and Mr. DeRossi in the park, was you disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all? Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as chief warder at Barclay Prison. The Chief Order? Then your career had promise. Why, you would quite possibly have become future governor of the prison. What on earth would you... What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I'm Daily Vigil. And you were the Chief Warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago? So where did Mr. Hugh Boone's come from? Hugh Boone. Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently, there is a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. You don't make this fun because you're sad. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment at Barclay's Chief Warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the Chief Warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about the town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them? Yes. I made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6pence a piece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as Chief Warder at the prison. Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment? Just retire. No, I know it's not that easy. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I'd invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, He asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. Why is he making these JoJo motions? Nuh-uh. You remind me of, what's his face? Killer Queen guy. You give me those vibes. What? Impersonate him? We'd always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Oakley's tomorrow and take the statement from the proprietress. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense. But why? What was the point of your impersonating him? Alright, we're getting interesting again. I mean, not that it wasn't interesting, but you know what I mean. I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. In time, he started to bring newspapers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification badge. Never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Wow. Okay, so what the heck is Gregson up to? Why? Why did he do these things? Why he do it though? Hang on, I need to touch some buttons in VTube Studio. Wow. Not those buttons. No, stop. Ah, 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 hop. Okay. To the top now, y'all. One hop this time. I just need to decrease my horizontal movement. I still want a little bit, but I'm like leaning back in my chair, and it's causing me to like swerve to the left, stage left. Even though I'm not leaning to my right. I'm leaning back, but camera just cares where my head is. Sorry, broke the immersion. I'm a VTuber. It's VTuber things. Anyway, all right, I fixed it. I fixed it. I fixed it. Wow. It would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed leaguemen when they imprisoned the inspector. But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me. Oh goodness. Finally, we have clarity. If our love is insanity, why are you my clarity? We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. What? Ah! No, I proved the truth. Dang it, I hate it when that happens. Order, order, order! Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim, as proven somewhat ironically by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Cosmo, what do you got? Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I'd like to pose one further question to the witness. Cosmo? What question, counsel? Concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. Alright, kind of unprofessional, because that's not really part of this case, but go for it. 10 years ago? The execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh! Answer me, man. One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the defense concur, counsel? Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor... Excuse me. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what had happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. His own father. I know. I do understand that. But even so... Prosecutor Asogi, do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me, please. Huh. Very well, then the defense has no objection. I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. You did not resign. You did not resign. I have your dismissal notice, sir. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time. But to have forgotten the reason why you left such an important job. Yes, you're right. It's almost like he's lying. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Oh, he's I just had the word in my head and now I can't remember. He's suppressing it. Sorry, the human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. What do you mean? When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. Repress. Did I say suppress? I mean, it's kind of the same thing. But yeah, repress. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't... Kazuma-sama. But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another. Yeah. Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Absolutely. Come on. It's not a question. Hydration check. I have no idea how this is going to go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of Chief Warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Tell me why. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from prison service at all? For some reason, you were dismissed as Chief Warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I've tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? Oh my gosh, this music. Alright. You know, be a little more serious now. Let's take off the sunglasses that I have not acknowledged up until now. If you were forcibly dismissed, then there must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. God, this music's giving me chills. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. I'm so glad I didn't give Vigil a goofy voice once he changed costumes. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th June 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June... Was that... the professor's execution? Professor... As you were the chief's warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, the execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later reemerged from his grave. The convict came back to life? In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder. And the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil? I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil? Oh, he's gonna freak out. Yes. The whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. Man, the fact that it keeps, like, blurring. Ah. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? 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 Order! 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 Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. Open the floodgates. Get ready for the flow. Sorry. The images, the screams. Oh, my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Trevor. But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. What the heck? Yeah, I got distracted by something weird. Anyway, sorry. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigation team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warden abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the government's office at the top of the watchtower. I'm sorry, Dowdy. This is serious business. But can I help you now? As Chief Warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of 4A. Well, it seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, Professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Oh. Order, order, bailiff, fetch a doctor at once. Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect. Oh.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Cosima, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Alright, how long have I been streaming? There's one thing that Stream Elements doesn't have that Streamlabs did have. Was your current stream time. That's fine, I can just go to Twitch Manager and see it. Yes, I would like to save. A little over 2 hours. Alright, we'll probably do the investigation. And then call it. We'll start up day 2 trial tomorrow. If all goes well. 2nd November, 3:38 p.m. Sholmes' Suite. I still can't quite believe what had just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. And it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to a hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now. Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. What's with this game and suicide? What the heck? I have a family-friendly tag, you know. Can't be talking about these things. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Bruno! Oh, Iris! You were miles away! Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom, back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Oh no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that perhaps should never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean? Boy, I wonder. What could it mean? He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. He just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. That is so true. I don't know why. I don't know why that brought out the Valley Girl. But that's what I like about Hurley after all. I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand. Oh, do you have time, Iris? Yes, I finished this month's manuscripts at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. The brand new story to read in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. Oh, gee. Alright. So, how did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zeeks definitely didn't do it. Oh, goody! Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too. Cosimo. Yes, it's quite clear now. That Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound, the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Cosmo and try to understand what he's going through. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zeeks has to be innocent, you see? What, the day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out, just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There's still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zeeks, though, aren't there? Do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony... Why? He said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. But then, why was that notice board in there? All covered in those particular papers. Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this. Oh dear. That sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, wait, you want Sholmes dead? Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my! Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris! Oh, yeah. I didn't think of that. Uh-oh. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It appeared that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. Well anyway, if Lord Van Zeeks felt the need to investigate Gregson... Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Do you know which one? Ah! It's St. Sinners. Signers. Sinners? Signers. Sininers. Sininers. I'm starting to wonder if all other hospitals in London have closed down. Nah, they just didn't want to make a new background. But that's amazing, Runo! You found the lady's husband already! Well, I suppose I have, by accident. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the prisoners' incarceration. No! So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Gregsy? But why? I have absolutely no idea. Oh, Ginny was right. I'm starting to think adults are all up to no good now. Including you, Runo. Hey, what'd I do? I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Signers, then. Alright, hydration check. Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris, even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight. That water pistol? Is stuffed full of piping hot extra special blend of mine. Then I'm quite sure it will be very effective. I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find out. Yes! Let's get moving! Alright, they want us to go to Signers first. Let's go. Same room. Actually, could be a different room. The same cracks in the wall. 2nd November, St. Signers. Oh, I'm sorry, I keep yawning. Oh my gosh. Es tut mir leid. Comen nasai. I don't know how to say it in Spanish. Como estas? St. Signers Hospital, Ward 3. Oh, he is not here. These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at base of wall outside. What the hell? Just don't put him on the 2nd, 3rd floor. Aren't we a story up from the ground here? Oh dear. Poor Mr. Vigil. I can't help but feeling that there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it? Yes, I'm afraid it can. This note has caught my eye before, actually. I suppose it's some sort of slogan for the ward? A cheerful welcome message, perhaps? Let's see. Pay with good cheer, leave with good cheer. Well, look at that. You're spot on, Miss Fusato. It's full of cheer. I wonder how many discharged patients pay their medical bills with good cheer, though. Once I had to have a very painful injection when I fell ill with a cold. I felt awful already, so why did I have to suffer the sting of injection when... As well as the bill, I yelled at the doctor. Oh dear, what a terrible treatment. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet, look. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try some of the pills. Well, at least there seems to be a little luck to secure the cabinet doors. I don't imagine what would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock. Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Miss Fusato. Huh. Ah, patient treatment notes. What do these say, I wonder? Endlessly obliging. I suppose that's referring to the patient in this bed? I would think so. But until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable, it's probably just as well that he has a kindly person in the neighboring bed. The endlessly part is a little worrying, though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared he'd like to take a trip out the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"? Let's check with the doctor later. Ah, look, a pair of crutches. Before we came to Britain, I didn't realize they were used here as well. I imagine they were imported into Japan from Great Britain in the first place. Oh, So no one in all of Japan broke a leg before their arrival? Anyway, the sight of these things doesn't bring back good memories for me. Oh dear, did you injure yourself once and need to use some? When I was little, I thought they looked fun, so I borrowed a pair to play with. But then I slipped and sprained my ankle. I see. They contain powerful magic, those wooden staves. The power to heal and the power to harm. I think a certain cheeky little boy managed to cause the harm all by himself. Yeah. There's lots of bottles in that cabinet there, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them there? Hehe. If you're a patient here, I feel sure you take some medicine by mistake because you're half asleep. Alright, this is all dialogue. I'm awake. Don't judge me. I don't really know where else to go. Oh, we can't even go to these places, huh? Alright, let's just start working our way backwards, I guess. Second November, room on Fresno. There are details of cases stretching back over 10 years on this notice board. Oh, that was Susato. Yes, a history of Lord Van Zeek's defeats in court. I don't think that's an appropriate description. Although when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true that all these people had a background of dubious dealings. And in the end, of course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own death. Oh my, it really doesn't bear thinking about. The photograph of Mrs. Vigil. Realizing the identity of this lady was a very great clue to exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. He obviously loves his wife very dearly, which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth. The transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from that big twisted lip. Yes, he went to extraordinary effort to play the part of Hugh Boones convincingly. Although it didn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me. Now that you say it, I have to agree. It's almost as if that was Mr. Vigil's true character. People are very hard to fathom at times. Dun, oh. Dun, 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 dun. Using a candle as a timer device. Very ingenious, I must say. Yes, the culprit arranged it so the firecracker would be set off at 5 o'clock and then left. So that loud bang was heard at precisely the moment Lord Van Zeeks arrived, yes. If only he hadn't picked up that gun from the floor. Something you probably told yourself once upon a time, I imagine. Something you probably told yourself once upon a time, I imagine. Yes, I've learned that lesson by bitter experience. I would have turned to run I would have turned and run a mile for sure. Which may not have done you any favors either. If it turns out that Gregson didn't actually die in here at all, where on earth could he have been killed? Uh-oh. I just unplugged my headset on accident because I'm adjusting my pants. Wow. Wow. Huh? I unplugged both parts. Do-do-do. Hey, I'm back. Well, guess who's back? From outer space. Where on earth could it have been killed? Well, one way or another, we must find out. For the inspector's sake. I don't know how I did that. You know, you look awfully pale again today, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. When I start to think about it all through, I conjure up some horrible images in my mind. Your imagination is the culprit here, then. Most certainly guilty. It catches your eyes as soon as you enter the room, doesn't it? It's such a bright color. It certainly makes an impression, yes. They can't possibly commit any crimes, can they? I mean, redheads stand out like a sore thumb. I'm afraid with our jet black Japanese hair, we stand out almost as much here in London. They have black hair in London. Huh, I suppose that's true. You mustn't think of committing any crimes, Mr. Naruhodo. I wasn't! This revolver, just who does it belong to? Well, we know it's of the type issued to members of the police force and judiciary. But Gregson's own gun was found on his person. And of course, Lord Van Zieks has admitted to losing the firearm with which he was issued. Such absent-mindedness, not dissimilar to you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm starting to think the cold hard prosecutor and I could become friends after all. Then I wish you every success. All of them. I never imagined that this little figurine would turn out to be a watch-winding key. I suppose it's a policeman, because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. It seems there was much more to Inspector Gregson than we ever realized. He was clearly a brilliant man. It's the fish and chips that threw us off. I feel as though it ruined his image. I really don't think we should blame one of Britain's staple cuisines. But think about it. Imagine if it was Mr. Sholmes. How would you feel if instead of that old briar pipe that's always in his hand, Mr. Sholmes had a bag of chips? Rather disappointed, if I'm honest. Exactly. I don't think there's anything actually new in here. Well, let's go. Second November, local prison cell 1. Oh, Iris got her hat thing on again. Lord Van Zieks is reading, look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. What do you Nipponies want? Oh, gee, maybe it's related to the trial today. Were you there? We have questions. That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zieks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. I must say I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? Isn't it sardonic? Don't you think? I'm gonna look that one up, because I'm not entirely sure.
Sardonic.
Grimly mocking or cynical? Oh. That's a useful one, I guess. For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you, I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? What do you mean? You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. I think organization is spelled with a Z. In non-British English. Ah, it's a whole organization? Organization? Yeah, no. There's clearly a Z in there. Come on, Britain. It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appeared to have a very accurate information about the accused in each case. Which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Was Gregson the Reaper? No way. Someone at... You can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. No. No! Gregson, the Reaper? Hot dang. So the reason you're investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. I don't believe it. Are you saying that that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting that? Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. Oh. He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So was the actual assassin the one that did it? Gregson was like, alright, the time for the Reaper is over. And the assassin was like, no, bang. I kill people. If you're not going to pay me for it, I'll kill you. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then? Actually, I do have a name. You what? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then. Or, if I can name the woman. Oh. She's a young woman by the name of Asa Shin. Really? But she's been gone. She died. She dead now. She ain't even been in Europe for like a year, for a hot minute. But then who? Oh wait, never mind. I was gonna say who killed McGilded. We already know who killed McGilded. Um, wait, what? Shin? Godzilla? Miss Essa Shin, the true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. So that's why she was protected. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Dang. My face when the first boss was actually the final boss. Somehow. Mr. Naruhodo, this person isn't... This perhaps it... Why did I say person? This perhaps isn't the best place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Don't look at me like that. Essa Shin. I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. How'd you get her name, though? Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours? My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. Ah, I see. What about your brother, though? But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? I think I just accidentally auto-censored myself because I said the word so loud it cut out. Where's that damn fourth Nipponese? Maybe your brother wasn't all he was cracked up to be, Van Zieks. In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life? How did that happen? Hang on one second. I'm using Joy-Cons, and I'm thinking right now I'd really like to have the wrist straps, actually. I almost never use them. Where are they? Hello? Where do I even keep the wrist straps? I'm losing my marbles over here. I definitely keep them. I don't like throwing them away or anything. Silliness. That would be the absolute maximum height of silliness. But I would put them in my carry case? Why would I do that? No, I didn't. Oh, I know. What? Ah! Buttons? I don't want to press buttons on accident. Are they down here? What? Where do I put all my wrist straps? Wait, I know. I think I know. here. Oh. There we go. It was all worth it. Because now I can click them on and they're slightly more comfortable to hold. Click them on, click them on. I'm using the Zelda Joy-Cons, by the way. Doesn't matter, but they're cool. I like them. No, stop. What am I, my mom? Accidentally pressing the capture button. Oh, that reminds me. Actually, I'm curious. I was letting some of my cousins play my Switch. Letting them play Clubhouse 51 a while ago, and one of them kept hammering the capture button. So I'm curious. What do I got? No, stop. Get rid of this. Or did I already delete them? I might have already deleted them. Alright, we don't need this. Alright. That was when I played Mario Party with Mimi. Oh, yep, my mom took this one. Well, when we were playing Othello. And then Mario Parties. Doki Doki. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. I guess I already deleted them. Never mind. He saved your life? How did that happen? That doesn't happen on accident. Saving my life. Don't think I owe you one. It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. That was to be the professor's final strike. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then? Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point I had no idea of the true nature of this man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zieks, alright, we got him! I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. Amongst them! Wait, what? I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come. If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. Sounds like you might have been framed a little bit. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray! Yes, alright. Let's get back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Goodbye! Dun 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 dun. I need another hydration check. My vocal cords are always rusty on Friday because I've spent like all work week not talking at all. Or bare minimum talkage. I thought it yesterday and I think it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'd think the same tomorrow, too. My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say? Oh, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. Ah, Father. Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely. What a charming young lady. And you are? Oh boy, you'll see if he reacts to this. Oh, no. Oh, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, are you? That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know. Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest. Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father. Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. Hehe. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo. It was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms. I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, you have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year. To have matured into such a fine defense lawyer, and it's quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo, I trust you haven't forgotten? Oh! No, you did mention something, didn't you? Cough. But first we have something to report, Father. Of course, of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to. Please don't tell me it was the judge that killed Gregson. No. Don't. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home. Lord Van Zieks, who was in the dock today. That was Barrick, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe. That's right, and he is known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard, but the truth is... it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths, it was somebody else. I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here? Exactly. Someone by the name of Asa Shin, in fact. I beg your pardon. Did you just say Asa Shin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? Oh no, a friend of yours was killed. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We're on such thin water here. Thin ice. It's so thin, it's just water. Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend of the professor's talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. Let's not talk about it. Anyway, Dr. Wilson's death. I just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. Well, that was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh yes. You just try and leave me behind. She's gonna ditch Susato and eavesdrop. She's too sharp. So the young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. Oh? So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes. We're back with cinnamon biscuits! Oh, they smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. Gosh, that silence of Iris just posing is like attacking me personally. Oof. I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? Guilty. But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. No, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the Great Exhibition. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself? Oh yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial. The close trial of Kazuma's father. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. Oh my! He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted, and we returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness. Ah yes, talking of Seishiro, I have a copy of the photograph we took together here yesterday, please. Oh, what a lovely picture. It certainly seems to show we've arrived in Britain. Oh, no! Jigoku, what did you do? None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? Alright. Little star thing. He has like a bunch of little attorney's badge looking buttons. He's got a hat on. Mikotoba has a fan. I don't like that this isn't my evidence. I don't like it. No, that's so true. Oh my gosh, that's so true. So, you mentioned the favor that you'd like to ask me? Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do... What? Father, what's the meaning of this? Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. Oh, you mean... The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact. But... I've not even been in London a year yet. I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier, today there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. So, you'd be leaving then, Runo? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father? Stay with Kazuma. That's why you're here in the first place. You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Oh yes. She's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how to best deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato. And I trust your judgment. In this matter also. Father. Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Yes, alright. You won't leave, will you, Bruno? Am I supposed to just live in your attic for the rest of my life? Thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Cosmo's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so... where does that leave me? Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asa Shin. Of course, Father. Thank you. I'll look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson. Oh, good. And please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you. I would be delighted. The best of luck tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home? You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. Asa Shin. Of course, it's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Hallie, where have you been? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who? Mikotoba? Well... my father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow. Bearded. Well, I don't think what my father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. It's a mustache. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this sent. I will, but what is it? No questions at this time, if you please, Miss Suzato. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry. Oh, don't say something that ominous right now. I don't need this from you. Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exactly... It's pretty good. Now then. You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. Yeah, I guess. Kind of surprised and not at the same time. I certainly have no time to hide behind cites and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I'll leave the sending of this in your own hands then, my dear fellows. Ah, wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes. He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace. And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. Iris got it. I must catch up with Father at the telegraph office at once. And I run and call us a cab straight away. What? And there's me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Oh. And I also must leave. Hey, Strongheart. Why'd you make Gregson be the Reaper, huh? I still think Strongheart's the one that's really, really behind the Reaper. No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama. Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it, never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asogi. My lord. Kazuma. He left without saying a word. Yes, what are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Van Zeeks' trial to conclude today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43. Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. And a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Yeah. Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zeeks was made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. But that's awful! The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believed Lord Van Zeeks was responsible? He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. Now that's what you call a mass murderer. That's a long run of coincidences. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. And the impact of that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. This country has seen a closed trial. Hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the Professors? The trial of Genshin Asogi? Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zeeks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later, with the son of the man Van Zeeks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is? I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. Prescribe? As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single clog being out of step with the others. Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. Well, what do you mean? Not something with which you need concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that is a long time. And I hold you entirely responsible. Oh. Even though we were miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi? Discussions between defense and prosecution outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. Generally. You know, generally, look it up. It's words. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office. Oh, thank you. Cool. Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. What happened to Iris? Kazu was my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure. I know how to talk to him at the moment. We need to convince him to go to the prison with us. Well, that's cute. Seems like excessive amounts of work. Like, to match all the colors and all that. Like, I mean, whatever. So this is the Office of Prosecutor Sogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor Japanese style in that dark corner. It's his habit of... It's his habit to sit seiza style whenever he's working. Chat, come here. Ah, fine, be that way, chat. Kazuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom so gallantly realizing your dreams, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you. And I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, but... Wait, what? envisaged it? That's not how you spell envisioned. Envisaged? Is that a word or a typo? Envisage. I guess it is.
Envisage.
Wow, I'm the one who doesn't know how to spell. Okay. Envisaged. Envisaged. So envisaged is pretty much the same thing as envisioned. Envision?
Envisage.
Envisage is commonly used as a synonym for predict or anticipate. Envision is less likely to be used for the same. I do not envisage growth in telecommunication sector. Envision, on the other hand, could be used when you imagine something fancy or remote possibility. Huh. Okay, English. I suppose it's just another twist of fate. Yo, is that a manicube behind you to the left? I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jikoku, and about what happened with your father. Then you have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. Why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Look at this armband! Kazuma, this is your armband. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry? You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud. Kazuma. So you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me. Well, if you're sure. Thank you, my friend. It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Berea. We were headed across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. When a bizarre that's not how you spell series. I don't know if that's a Britishism or a typo. When a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. My BFF. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There's a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up to the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. And on deck, I saw what was on a huge steamship, and we were docked in a large port. It must have been Hong Kong! Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have a feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Jeez. That'd be hard to pull off today, let alone in the back then times. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells, my head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose? That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeek's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back, after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. That's crazy. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unwavering sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Suzato-san. Oh my. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh. Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Oh no! As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Wonder who wrote it. Was it Strongheart or Van Zeeks? Presumably the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If Van Zeeks, then. If whoever it had... If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem. But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. Well, what did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. Ah, to the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to this strain of grief, and she too passed away. Oh. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Oh, Kazuma-sama. I should have said that with more oomph. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. I don't know. I tried. What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was. It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? I wonder. Yes, Barrack Van Zeeks is the real Reaper. Oh. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave. No, he's merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Hey, look at this. Kazuma, what do you make of this? There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence: the courtroom. So it seems you're still confused by the situation. That's what I make of it. I get the feeling my friend's always going to have the edge over me, isn't he? Alright. What about something that you do want to talk about? Alright, fine. I'm gonna look around your office. That's such a... I don't know. Anyway, what the? It's a scale model of the crime scene. Oh. It's a scale model of the crime scene. Oh yes, I realized that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Be honest, you enjoyed making that. Do you know who the man in the portrait is? It's obviously Clint. Why would I? What? You're Lord Van Zeek's apprentice. Yes, apprentice, not friend. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture. Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture. I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with. So you like play chess? There's Lord Van Zeek's indescribably, incredibly stylish desk. It's not my style, though. No, I noticed you've been working on that little table on the floor. Kneeling down saves a style. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Zeek's when I first saw it. I find it the most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. After a couple minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly. Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute. Oh. Lord Van Zeek's fine collection of hollow chalices and bottles all neatly lined up. Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regime for everything, from the storage of the casks to the bottling of the contents. Gosh, you must be having a really rough time of it being his apprentice. Actually, no. Oh? He's so particular about it all, he refused to let anybody else touch any of it. So it's been quite easy for me, in fact. Talk about weird. Man, I feel like if someone bought Great Ace Attorney Chronicles as their first Ace Attorney, I feel like they'd be they'd feel disappointed by the other games. Not that this one's like necessarily better, but like the narrative is so like interwoven between all the cases, and there's definitely some dead air cases in the other games, and it's still even when it is woven, it's like not woven like this intimately. Yeah, bats. Vampire bats, they'll give you a fright, eating apples both day and night. They'll rest for a minute, maybe 3, but then they're eating every apple in your apple tree. Wah! Wah! You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zeek's, wouldn't you say? Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary here. Although bats aren't birds, of course. Just have to like things that fly, obviously. How about a sparrow for you? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Sorry. Just thinking out loud. You remind me of Benny Enma. That's all. Casks floor to ceiling, just like last time we were here. Hollowed barrels, I suppose. They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week, they're all taken out and put back in order. Oh my god. What? Every week? Lord Van Zeek's can't seem to settle on a perfect way to arranging them, you see. Vintage, flavor, and region don't necessarily coincide. That's the trouble. Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge. Actually, no. Oh? He considers the task too important to entrust to anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own. So he's a barrel of laughs here and in court then. What a psychopath. Alright, I'll be back if I get stuck to present every evidence that I have. But let's see if Mr. Vigil has made it into his hospital room yet. Sounds like he has. 2nd November, St. Sinners Hospital. This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Ah, the lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget... The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Oh, Cosmo beat us to it? But we just came from his place! He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please don't think like that. I don't like that. It looks like you're gonna try to snap your own neck. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as a stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just deserves for 10 years of lies and deception, but... it wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me! I swear it. I swear it's true. Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but... Would you mind dredging a little bit? It's just a little dredge. Just a little dredge. Come on. You could just a little dredge. If possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identity and impersonate him. You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf? Oh no, never! The common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do was go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Diddy Kong? Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident? Yes. He asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Yes. So, You would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in Fresno's street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. Then why didn't your cohorts say that, like, you weren't already, like, waiting outside? Because the way it sounded before was that the three of you were just, like, sitting next to each other. I guess maybe they might have had more distance between each other than I was envisioning. Therefore, it's a little easier to just say, like, yeah, I was there, so I was pedaling. You always see me pedaling there, but you didn't see me pedaling there? I was pedaling there. You didn't see me? I was pedaling. Every day I'm pedaling. Anyway, it's midnight on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception, or rather, one notable loophole, something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the body of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in the Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of the staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had the confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No! I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean a coffin, not coffee? Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken through the main gate and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. Hang on, I zoned out for a second. Presumably, Sogi is alive inside the coffin. Main gates, not enough air to breathe, so early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. It's probably the only other person who works in the prison that we know. Obviously, you knew the man then? Their professor, I mean? Genshin Asogi? Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy, when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. Well, that meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men. He was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day, "Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible?" "I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes." The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. As I said, it was on the night following his trial after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Ah, his last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true. There were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed to have his things? That's unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. Oh. The powers that were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. The powers that be were determined. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effect he was allowed? His sword? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him? Yes, that was the long and short of it. I mean, if it's incriminating, you could just burn it afterward. I've got no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But, oh, so he's always been like that. You know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seeing. If you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then. But what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. How can a will be a weapon? And so I decided I'd pretend... Oh. Sorry, I'm like trying to take the wrist strap off of the Joy-Con. And it's giving me a hard time. Oh, there we go. Just wanted to make sure it could be done. It was important. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean it vanished? It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. I was the only person who saw Sogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Sogi's execution, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan. You see? To poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean? That's right. Though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming, "Can I have disappeared completely?" That doesn't quite make sense though, does it? In what way? Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? Oh yes, you're right! I really don't know how he knew. But it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi Papers. Dun, 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 dun. I really can't tell you any of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife, Evie, will be here shortly, so I hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. Actually, she needs to pay us, so... But what will become of you now? Well, I'm impersonating a police officer. Impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. I like the subtle detail that is, his inner vest, is prison stripes. Yeah, that's nice. Ah! Before you go, there's just one more thing. Oh, yes? What is it? These Sogi papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason? It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps that's something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about the document that Cosmo's father left behind, it would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison. Yo, Applejack. You alright? Well, at least he seems to be on the mend. You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it? I can't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip. I imagine not even his wife would have recognized him. Perhaps, but did he really have to take it quite so far? Alright, we're moving. And I have a feeling that, we might stumble into Sholmes here. And we might have a, great deduction. Seems about time for one of those. Hydration check. 2nd November, Parkley Prison, Governor's Office. Ugh, back again, are you? Yes, hello. I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found my Vigil? Yes, luckily. Well, anywho, the laddie does not work no more, so your case is not to do with Barclay. I would not like you to get the wrong idea about that. Of course, yes. Did you hear that? Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop. Oi, Kimmer, you can very well. So how about a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, they really are like little They really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too. So, what's brought you down here today? Well, there's something we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? We believe there might be a document that disappeared from Getchin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. Which we just promised not to tell anyone about. Did I not say Gregson's death is not to do with things that might have happened at Barclay? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not foot about with irrelevant details. His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. The murderer's botched execution, and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour. A shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe, and my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it. The rascal wouldn't I say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs. Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. I think his accent is ruining Iris's. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing, he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I didn't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he would not have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do. You wouldn't ace otherwise, though, would you? Of course, I can shun all responsibility myself. Shouldn't I have let him deceive me? Actually, there's barely anybody that kens what went on at the time now. With Gregson having been murdered, and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. Well, we're not going home empty-handed. I would I dream of sending you packing with not Kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two. Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic. Yeah. I better eat these cookies or I'll run out of blood. I guess anemic can also specifically be the iron in your blood. I suppose. If there's anybody who might still ken about what happened back then. It'd be the last from the forensic division. Maria Gorey. Is that a Mariah Carey joke? Maria Gorey? Aye, Scythe's daughter. She didn't I have no more? Just the one. But the wee band's following in Mam's footsteps. Oops. You didn't I ever see her without a scalpel in her hand? Ah! Mama, what is this? Ah! Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? Dr. Scythe's daughter, Maria Gorey. We could do with talking to her. So she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gorey? Aye, it's some family history, I'm sure. But I deny ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her man working with bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances. And decided to do the same with her own life. I understand it myself. Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother? Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Somebody told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mam's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumour that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Well then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago. I say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, it was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak to Miss Gory herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm not happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you not give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry, I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you not just stay away, Nu? Leave me alone and did I come back, alright? This grandfather clock is fitted with a terrifying blade that keeps dropping down. It's modeled on the guillotine, a friend's execution device. You might have heard of it. And yes, before you ask, it can chop. Heads off, you mean? Heavens no, carrots and parsnips and so forth. Oh. Don't put your hand in there, though. You can place a large carrot at the bottom there in the morn. By evening, it'll be cleaning too. By the evening? Well, the blade must have almost indescribable edge on it then. An axe and a hunting rifle, and 4 pairs of handcuffs. That's a daunting collection. Ah, there's a story behind every one of these. You mean the rifle was a famous killer's murder weapon, and the axe was wielded by an infamous executioner? And the handcuffs were once used to immobilize a fierce 4-legged beast when it was arrested? I think you're in the realms of fantasy now, Mr. Naruhodo. Not those kinds of stories, Jimmy. That axe was the one I used to chop down the cherry tree at my house. Mrs. Caden was not best pleased. Ah. And the cuffs on the left are the ones I caught my first burglar with back when I was a bobby. The stories were a little different to those you imagined, I think, weren't they? Yes, to my relief, and in some small way, my disappointment. I suppose these are all former governors of Barclay Prison, are they? Either that, or former inmates who government sent to the gallows. Oh dear, they all have such severe expressions. I really couldn't deny either possibility. Especially the one on the extreme right. His expression goes beyond severe to a whole new territory. Are we gonna get a look at him? That one's me. Oh. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Is it a prerequisite of the job, perhaps? Having a severe expression, I mean? Of course it's not. Although it is taken into consideration. A lot? That deer's been staring at me for a while now. It has? The poor thing can't fit through the small hole in the wall, but it can't get its head back out now again either. It's giving me a woefully imploring look. It's not real, Mr. Naruhodo. It's stuffed. What? I mean, yes, of course it is. For a moment I thought it was another assassin sneaking in via the ventilator. I don't like to say, but I think perhaps you need to reread The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I never expected to find a parrot in a prison. It must be the governor's pet. Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner. Yeah, that cage is way too small for it. Let me out! Did I kill me? Ah! Has the bird learned to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in the cells? Oh, no. He's one of 3 siblings, you see. And he still calls out the names of his 2 brothers like that all the time. His brothers were named Let Me Out and Do Not Kill Me? What's his name? Let me out! Do not kill me! Aye, I hear you, laddie. I want your dinner too. You want your dinner too? Hey, didn't I do it? Okay. That's a very large cabinet full of papers, isn't it? It's labeled Inmate Register, look. And all the files are in alphabetical order. That's 50 years worth of records of Barclays inmates. Whether or no they left alive after they're serving their term. They serve. All the details about the crimes they committed are recorded in there. Like an epitaph, you might say. A record of crimes and punishments. How dispiriting. And yet, this man seems to be enjoying tea and biscuits as he talks about it. Yeah, it's such a nasty job. Somebody's got to do it. Doesn't mean they can't ever enjoy anything. Alright, so nothing of actual worth. I guess I'm over that guillotine clock now. Because I've had a week to sit on it. But it's still like... I was hoping for something a little more. How do you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk, even here in prison, who've heard of those papers. Well, I can't tell. Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professors, or rather, Genshin Asogi's. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh. Is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Havers, no. You're off at half-cock there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh, not what we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee look around in here. I'm sure I can find it. Aye, here you are. See? Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush. Of course, I read one of those Japanese squiggles. But I mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers? Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi. No doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all the Starmash, oh, that slayster of an execution. Starmash? Oh, that slayster. Okay. We sent the man's possessions back to his clan, Japan, and that was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case. Just in quesadilla. Let me see, let me see, let me see. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Norohodo. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Okay. Maybe there's a different paper somewhere else. One thing, before you go on your way, Mr. Norohodo. Oh, yes? Not calling me Jimmy? Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I prefer if you did not make no mention of them outside of this office, or rather, I would not just prefer it, consider it an order from the highest level of our government. I understand. Governor Caden, would you have a look at this? Oh, would not you rather have a week going blah 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 blah? Or maybe you prefer real handcuff, No, neither for me, please. Lovely offers, though. Alright, yeah, I guess we'll... Well, is there anything else to present? How about this? Nope. Does he have a pin on his lapel that's like jail bars? Alright, we'll be on our way. Not sure where to go now. Back to the crime scene? No, nothing here. Maybe we need to run into Hurley. I know. Hey, Cosma. I have top secret papers I'm not supposed to show anyone. You want to look at them? Oh, really? Interesting, okay. I'm gonna try to show it to everyone I can. What's that? It's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all. It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means. What? You're not the prosecution. I think we have a more defense and client relationship now, don't we? What? Okay. Waterloo. Okay. Dang. Legal consulting? What do I do? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations. It's just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning. Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong. Oh, yes, of course. I must get back to work as soon as possible. What about this? Dang it. What the heck? Alright, I'm just gonna start going one by one. I don't think presenting anything to Susato is gonna help. But I could try to present the same thing to Iris. I don't think it's gonna work, but kind of where I'm at right now. Iris, have a look at this. That's not right. I thought you were supposed to say objection or the like when you present evidence. No, that's only in court. That's not fair. If you won't say it, then I won't look. Humph.
Objection!
Yay! That was great! Right, next. Alright, I get the message. Someone's not in the mood for looking at things. Okay. Yeah. Maybe there's other stuff we're supposed to present to him. Did I already try this one? Ah. Nope. How about this? No. No. Alright, we're at that point in the investigation, folks. To present everything to everyone. So I shaved my legs again. I was trying to use like a hair removal cream, but I guess I didn't like apply it thick enough. So I ended up just having to shave anyway. Which I would have been better off if I just like shaved with an electric razor and then shave with normal razor. Cause like trying to shave with just the normal razor before electric, like so much hair gets caught up in it that like you have to use so many strokes just for like one section of skin. Cause it gets clogged up like immediately. Sorry about talking about how hairy my legs are. Question, Cheese, when you shave your legs as a human form, when you turn back into a ferret, does it stay shaven? The answer is no. They're basically different bodies. Heck, when I style my hair in human form and turn into a ferret, it doesn't even stay. I have to like restyle it as a ferret. And I usually don't, because there's not a lot to work with. You'll see my ferret form soon. Did I announce my ferret form? I think I retweeted my mama, my ferret mama, Runa. She made like a little sample of my new model, and I retweeted that. But otherwise, I haven't like said anything about it. I was planning on debuting it on my anniversary, January 22nd. But I don't have anything like too. Well, how about that? Friend of Mikatoba's turn up after all these years. It is wee bairn even. My father speaks highly of you, sir. Do you ken? I can see the resemblance now. Oh. Oh, especially around your eyes. You look dead like him. What an interesting observation. Not the delighted reaction from Susato-san that he might have been expecting. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, so I don't have anything too fancy. I'm not gonna like try to re-explain who I am again. Or even like have any sections. I'll probably just do my opening bit of hello, here I am, here's what this model can do. And what's that then? It's actually a sign of a Japanese defense lawyer. Well, if you have to wear something like that to prove who you are, perhaps I should wear these handcuffs, eh? What? I think maybe they're more of a sign for people you should catch than you yourself. Oi, that's true. You got me there, hen. They're not actually a sign of anything, are they? Are they? Alright, so presenting has gotten us nothing here. Let's take a quick sweep. Maybe there's something else in the room that gives us a vital clue. Okay. Anyway, I'll just show off my model, and like, I was planning on like rewatching my previous 2 debut streams and reacting and cringing, and probably skipping over the singing part, or you know, skipping over whatever I feel like, honestly. It would be funny if I like said that before we start, like, alright, if I'm too cringe, I'm gonna skip forward, and then just, before I even let it start, I just skip the whole thing. That'd be a funny bit, but I'm not gonna do that. Zeeks, tell us something about something. But yeah, I like my ferret mode model. I like it a lot. Runa did a really good job with it. I'm excited to start using it. Now, I haven't really thought very hard about when I'll use that model versus this model versus my 3D model versus my different hairstyles in my 3D model. It's just kind of just do what you feel. I might end up using the ferret model, even though it's like a lot simpler than this model. I would use the ferret model for streams that I hope to like be more successful, because I feel like, oh, it's one of those things you're not supposed to say out loud, but being a male VTuber with a male model, it has a certain people just see it and they're instantly like, nope, not interested. Whereas if I am a little ferret guy, even though the male voice is coming out of it, I think more people are likely to give me a chance and actually like stick around and decide whether they not like me or not, instead of, you know, I don't hear a girl voice, I'm out of here. It's not for me. That's not why I was showing you it. I suppose. If it was a black-headed league, you would have no hesitation. None whatsoever. Sadly, my own hair color could no more be described as black as it could red. What colored league should I then join? You don't pose dramatically while you ask that stupid question. People are troubled by the most unexpected problems at times. He's self-conscious about his gray hair. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I think you know that this is worn by people in my country to show that they're defense lawyers, don't you? And I think you know that I believed you to be merely playing at lawyercraft initially. But it would seem that your armband may actually imply some dormant talent after all. Lord Van Zeeks, do you mean you love me? Let's hope you wake up soon. Yes, I was clearly daydreaming. I almost thought I got a compliment there. Van Zeeks, you don't pull off the tsundere as well as Edgeworth. Sorry. Alright, there's no one even here, but just do a quick sweeperoni. Sweeperina-doony. these guys are just gonna all say the same things as they said before. Alright, let's get out of here. Mr. Vigil? I can't present anything to him. Cosma! Look at stuff. I already did this one. Cosma, this one isn't even evidence. It's a photograph. It's a photograph of me and your friend and my friend and the Reaper. At last, I get to take my revenge. Kazuma, Lord Van Zeeks isn't responsible for your father's death, and he's not the Reaper. He's the defendant and deserving of a fair trial. You mean like the one my father had? It's a close trial now, too. The conditions are exactly as they were 10 years ago. And even if it ruffles some feathers, I have a plan to show that man for what he really is. Kazuma. Kazuma. What was I talking about? Anyway, yeah. But honestly, the only model I have that is like designated for specific types of streams is Cheezette. I don't know if I ever said it out loud, but Cheezette is for like retro games, like retro platformers specifically. Hey, this came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report? Oh yeah, we were supposed to go talk to... What's-her-face in the morgue. It didn't add it to our list, though. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. Evidence in the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Brush, 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 brush. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery? By Barclay Prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Okay, so that's what we needed. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Karuma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karuma, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Karuma? No! Oh no! It does sound formidable, that's for sure. Oh, Von Karma. Why? 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side, which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeeks given what happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the Inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow. By whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey. Okay, bye! There we go. Now we get the forensics. Alright, I have to hit that BRB button real quick. So, BRB! I almost had good timing with the music, but then I saw a tweet that I had to reply to. So I took that extra 10 seconds or whatever it was. Alright, let us get to the forensics lab. Actually, wait, I want to read Susato's comments on everything. I know it's only an old attic room, but I find this place more relaxing than anywhere else. Whenever we go, the great detective's living room is always full of enigmatic marvels. I always feel so nervous here. I should love to ask if I could borrow some books, but I just can't. What a grand place. What a grand place. Father certainly seems to be enjoying the relaxing in the luxuriant atmosphere. The decorations in here and the governor's face, they're as terrifying as each other. In some ways, this place seems to rather suit Lord Van Zee. Oh dear, did I say that out loud? This place is thick with dust, isn't it? And there's such a chill in here, too. I feel a strange connection with this place, knowing it's where Father studied all those years ago. Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor. I never imagined it possible. Do you know? I don't believe we visited this place for some time. Did you know? Gaming. 2nd November, Forensics Lab. Hey, this place looks a little different from last time. This place is really is creepy, isn't it? Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the corner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Iris, stop. Iris? Do you think we could change the subject? Shink, 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 shink. What was that? Quick before the hyena come. Shink, 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 shink. Hey, how'd you materialize there? Dr. Gory? What? That noise before. I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them. Right. When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely. Huh? No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Disc. Is that a touch? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... Alright. Have we actually met before? We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You're not dead yet. What? So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Well, good. Dr. Scythe has some scruples at least. Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us for the time being, anyway. For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Disc. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Could I ask your opinion about this? Don't forget, you're responsible for putting my mama in jail. Why should I help you? What about this? What about this? What about this? Should I just skip the ones that I think are actually going to work? Oh, I was going to try that one. About this photograph, Dr. Gory. Who's that? Sorry? It's Inspector Gregson, of course. The victim of the case. Ah, I see. I don't remember the faces. Internal organs, muscle tissue, bullet trauma. Those are the things I remember. Well, please try to also remember that I don't want to know anything about all of that. Oh. Dang it. Do you like firecrackers? Do you like notice boards? Do you like jazz? Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this. He was very good. Good? Sorry? His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. I wouldn't mind if it wasn't a main character that died. We can skip those details. But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. That's not my fault. Oh! That made me jump. Then please, tell us what happened. She's not as pretty as I was hoping. So, why does this autopsy report include the victim's time of death, then? It's really the most crucial detail. I was told not to write it. What? By whom? Mael Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here. Lord Strongheart came? He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later, you're going to go the same way as your mother. Kind of sounded like a threat, but okay. Give it here, then. Hmm? What's she scribbling so furiously? There. You've written... What? What's she written? Tell us! Indeterminate. But... That's not helpful. I'll be the one with the updated autopsy report tomorrow. That's not helpful, though. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot. What? How long does it take fried fish to rot? If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went up. Well, yes. What are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do? Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, you're definitely not. But maybe in a factory? Or in some other special places? I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder, if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow, what might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at most, it might have been a day earlier. No! In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo, that Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered, at a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility? He simply said that there was no electrical refrigerators of that site in the vicinity. See about that. Oh yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. The professor? Apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. That's not all Mama did. Sorry? My mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well. Why is your eye sparkling? What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zeeks? The professor's final victim? The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. What does all this mean? You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zeeks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory? The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay's prison execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. Excuse me. But the execution didn't actually take place. No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear. You found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too. Probably Lord Strongheart. Yes, that's my feeling as well. There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us. He was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, my daddy! Oh. Oh, I'm dying. I am dying. And there was another person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East. Wait, a visiting student? It must have been my father, Eugene Mikotoba. I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important. But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. They keep saying that. They keep saying that. They keep saying, discovered a vital piece of evidence. Tell me what it is. So that's how they came to identify Genshin Isogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? Would you like to see the records for yourself? What? Would that be alright? What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade for Van Zeeks. Thank you! Let's see, Van Zeeks. Van Zeeks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruhodo? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeeks. There must be! Perhaps somebody took them away? No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right, they're gone! Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day, saying that he'd like to see the records. No, you don't mean... Herlock Sholmes was his name. Oh. Deep down I knew that was coming. Do you think he stole the records? No, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it? Well, he is a kleptomaniac, so... Iris? Well... Bruno. I hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? I just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to I have to leave you now. Yeah, don't you start with this music. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. Oh, no, there's no need. You and Reno can take your time here. Bye for now, then. Good luck. Wait a minute, little girl. May? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Have you, Iris? Did you take them, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. That's the way it usually works, yes. What was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash. Get back here. Wait, Iris. I brew up a pot for you when you get home. What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection. I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that records of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we can ask now. I do want to examine, though. This is not what Dr. Scythe had. Let's have a closer look at this. Then again, let's not. At least not while she's armed. Nothing? What the heck? Hey, Iris. Ah, she is not here. Mikotoba then. What? Oh my gosh. I can't even examine. Where? Oh my gosh. No, where? Who? It feels somewhat cooler down here, doesn't it? Yeah, I guess so. Oh, Cosmo's gone too. Okay. What? Alright, who can we even talk to? The world is avoiding us. But we will not be stopped. Van Zeeks can't avoid us. What? How'd he do that? Mmm. 2nd November, room on Fresno Street. The police are still busily investigating it in here, then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own? Practicing what her boss taught her? Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? We can always use the time and investigate more thoroughly. Was it this? This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. Probably Gina. There's some initials on the outside. Look. TG. Gregson? Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Oi, what you think you're doing? Looking. That's my trunk, that is. Hands off. Gina. Well, where were you hiding? I don't know, you leave something unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it. Just a wild guess, Gina, but... What? Spit it out, Odo. Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial? What? What are you trying to say? Oh, come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Oh, always has. Where have you been that last year? Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. You should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers. Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals who got off scot-free. Yes, and the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks, who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Oh. Evade conviction? Well then obviously it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson for being involved in the killings? There was a notebook hidden in his office. Oh no. This doesn't sound good. It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. What? No. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They won't flaming let me, because I'm just an apprentice, apparently. But it was me who found it, and it was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so... I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh. That's our Gina. So you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Why, I see it. It's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names. A whole long list of them. All details about the bludgers what's supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the Inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly, that's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway. Gosh, why is my nose running? Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. At the end of the list, you mean? I'm pretty sure that the date against it was 31st October. Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead. So, what was the odd name? It wasn't like a name I've seen before. It was something like, Nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name. Put it that way. Uh-oh. 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 I hope it's not Seishiro Jigoku. Oh dear, what a pity. There was something else too. Don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but... Did you say Shin? Godzilla? Eh? What? Does it mean something? It does mean something? Lord Van Zakes knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we found out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. Alright. Now that I think about it, Wilson's death finally makes sense. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and that. The lads in the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements on the day before it happened. The day before, that would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then. Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cove what was pretending to be him, didn't you, Odo? Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. It wasn't. The name listed was not Jigoku, is Yujin Mikotoba. Because he, like Dr. Wilson, was in on that autopsy and they're silencing. They got to the point of just silencing the people that they couldn't control. Alright. Maria Gori is pretty cute. Guess it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson. Well, anyway, you ain't the only one been turning stuff up. I got me own ways of getting results. When me and me partners you get together, there's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby! He's such a faithful friend. So have you tracked anything down then? What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't you tell though? Police business, innit? Ugh. Anyway, point is, if you don't ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and little L out here. Right, because he looks oh so hellish, honest. So, Gina, about your hellhound there. Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different, and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems. For a canine, at least. It should be, after all. In the Great Exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop. Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh? Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of? I wonder?
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this... Did I actually pick the right thing? This is the first thing I noticed, and I was like, yeah, that'll probably work. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? What? The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Ah, look what he's gone to. Oh my, the trunk clearly still has a very strong scent of Inspector Gregson. In other words, it must have belonged to him. Yeah, TG. Tobias Gregson. Or Tobias. Oh, alright. It's a fair cop, I suppose. And you nearly got away with it, too. If not for that meddling dog. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, That was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it? That's enough now then, Gina. Hey? I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. Oh yeah, I just realized there aren't psych locks in this game. it won't like that. It just won't. What are you talking about? I know what's going through that head of yours, but ain't what happening. Alright then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I had done that, it went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. To a sandwich? Not a bag of chips? Mr. Hodo, I believe Gina means the witness. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. I did too. Yeah, he had it in between the wooden boards of the boss's trunk. What? You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly. I nabbed it from the scene. Goodness. Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said? I thought it might fetch a good price, and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... But that's all I did, nothing more, nothing less. What do you happen to need? Adam and Eve, the cheek of it, eh? Stealing a dead boss's stuff to flog. So, Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then. Is there anyone who didn't meddle with the scene of the crime? How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figure I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well, maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. So, what was in the trunk? I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you talking about? I am the police! Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could you maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make detailed record in our examination of the evidence. Yeah, there's a gash in the side. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of something with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. A. Really, Gina? You didn't, like, look at this? Look at the dark stain here. Do you think... Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. Ugh, I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed? It's most logical conclusion, yes. To think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. Can we open it? Let's have a look inside. Look, there's something inside. Ooh, let's see. It appears to be a passport, authorizing him to travel overseas. Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was... Oh! What was it? It was for traveling on 31st October, just one day before the incident. What? Really? Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? Like, nothing else is of note in here? Tobias Gregson, ACD 0522, within 1 week from 31st October. What? That's not how you date things. Whatever. Part of Dunkirk, France. Purpose of travel, police business. Notes permission for the applicant and 1 additional person to travel. Okay. Anyway. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively toward me all of a sudden? Mr. Naruhodo, be careful! It must be the trunk! Oh! Wolf, 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 ruff, 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 ah! Toby, oi, what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off! Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo! Gina, quickly, hail a carriage! I don't think he was licking. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright? Miss Susato. Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly. Alright, I guess. What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. Maybe he's allergic to dogs. You know, it's weird. So apparently if you're allergic to cats, you're not actually allergic to their hair, you're allergic to the saliva. You know, obviously they groom themselves and their saliva is on their hair. But dogs, you're allergic to the actual hair, so you can actually have a hypoallergenic dog, but I don't think you can have a hypoallergenic cat, unless I'm wrong and dumb. Feel free to correct me on that. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? Ah, what's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water? Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me. Oh, thank you. I never heard of that. So let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. Ugh. The bulb of my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. That doesn't make sense. Whenever you feel ready, then. What? Okay. Sholmes, I've been looking for you. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say, I was quite startled when I heard that you've been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? So did he pass out from getting knocked over? Like he fell? Hey, it killed Kazuma. Except it didn't, but you know. All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheek should do the trick. What? I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. My desk is just as it was before I left. Sumi ink and calligraphy brush, even though we're in England now. That strikes me as typically you, Miss Susato, and typically not at the same time. Well, I do enjoy the wonderful new things that come out of the West in the Cultural Revolution, of course. But I'm not ready to give up my brush just yet. And anyway, Susato-san can write more neatly with a brush than most people can with a pen. Practice makes perfect, as they say. Wait, is that all Sholmes has to say to me? Really? Steam is rising gently from the kettle as always. Yes, it doesn't feel right somehow unless it is. But the steam has an unusual scent today. Perhaps the sweet potatoes that I brought back from Japan with me already? Wait, that didn't pick up at all. Alright, that one might have picked up, I'm not sure. Gulp! Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, I heard that, you know. Tears of joy, Mr. Zato, from my mouth. Ah, the sea life seemed very content in there, I must say. I noticed something recently, actually. The anemones breed at a most extraordinary rate. Oh, really? It's a mystery why the whole seabed isn't buried in a mountain of them, actually. Oh, how splendid! That really is a mystery, isn't it? I wish there was someone here to explain Susato-san's strange reaction to that. Your room across the hall is undisturbed, of course. I don't suppose I'd be permitted to see inside now that you're back, though, would I? You know very well that only Iris is allowed inside. Yes, I heard you two giggling together in there again last night. You can visit Mr. Sholmes in his room, Mr. Naruhodo. Last time I did that, you tried to convince me to drink some strange concoction he'd mixed up. Okay, well, let's move. Iris, are you down here? You got some splaining to do. 2nd November, Sholmes is sweet.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot, modend wie ein Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Hopfen deine Wut.
What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream? Who is singing in German? Ah, no, it is an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Iris? What'd you do? Iris, what's the matter? Hey, look at me. Look at me. Iris, what did you do? Who's that sprawling, that relaxed gentleman over there? It's your father, obviously. You can't keep making bling noises at us, Iris. Iris? Is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be so kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. He's not singing, it's the gramophone. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl, a rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too. No! No! What time are we at? We're at almost 6 hours. I'm not doing a great deduction. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Look at Iris. The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, What's the other? There's a mouse theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet. Look, he's not dead. Although Sholmes might conclude that he's dead. She clearly accidentally gave him a sleeping agent or something in the tea, and she was catching up with Mikotoba because Mikotoba knew her father, and they were also talking about the autopsy report that she probably stole because her father's name was on it, and she just saw it and she was like, mine. Haven't seen him in a while, mine. But we gotta listen to Sholmes' whole spiel, but we're not going to today. She's turned white as a sheet. So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. Yeah, that seems like as good a place as any. So yeah. Thanks so much for watching! This case is very interesting. It is very, very good. Wow. There's so much going on. I'm losing my marbles. Yeah. More tomorrow, hopefully, probably. There's a slim chance that I'll get busy doing something else and will not have time to stream, or at least I will start very late. I don't know. Or I might end up streaming something besides Ace Attorney. Blah, blah, blah. No one cares. Until next time, my peeps, fare it out.